They probably are.
This is the bill that we heard yesterday, right?
45. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I had some questions I asked that we need to have more information before this is, because I'm not sure that this is the proper way to do it. And I think that DHHS needs to have some feedback or to us about the normal process of this, if it's appropriate, because I believe that they probably set this rate themselves and through rules, and you know, we can have a discussion about whether or not this is appropriate and needs to be amended, but there's it should go through that rules creating process is my first thought about it, and without additional information, I think that
Right, and I agree. While the bill is very well intended, first of all, this is not a budget year, so DCYF would have to pull this money out of their existing budget for what the state has to cover. And I think it amounts to 40 cents. So, right, good intention, but I think there's a different procedure that this needs to go through.
My thoughts exactly. Yep. I think it should be brought back during a budget year. It's important enough to do that.
Go ahead, Josh.
I'm not sure that it should be brought back. I think it
Right.
may just be going through the wrong process. If
Should go
if we
through
reached out to
rules.
DHHS and said, "Hey, what's going on?
Right.
Is this appropriate?" They may have information that yes, this is appropriate, and you know, based on other states or how, like, you know, more information than we got at the hearing, and say no, we're not supporting a change or an increase, or we are supporting a change and it's not happening because X, Y, and Z, and maybe we can help in those impediments, but I'm not sure that this, like, kind of a reach around of their control, like, into their space is without their input is the best avenue.
Right. Is there any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll when he's ready.
Representative Disimone.
Yes.
Representative Disimone votes yes. Representative Yokella.
Yes.
Representative Yokella votes yes. Representative Nelson.
Yes. We have our mics. Yeah.
Representative
Nelson
Nelson
Sorry.
votes yes.
I apologize for interrupting.
Representative Belanger.
He's not here.
Representative Pelt.
Flett, yes.
Flett.
P-L-E-T-T, Flett.
Thank you, sir. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Long.
Yes.
Representative Grossman. Representative Levesque. Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk, votes yes. Representative Alsala, not here, absent. And Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
Yes, okay. The vote is 11-0.
Without objection, we can place this on consent. Okay, so the next one we'll do is 1515. Sorry.
So we
Do I
wanna
have a
pass-
motion for 1515?
I motion ought to pass.
Okay. Deb, can you second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is ought to pass and the bill is open to further amendment. Or amendment, whatever.
I would like to motion to adopt amendment 0319H, and I'm going to pass that out now.
Representative Platt?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, do we not have enough? Oh, he's coming that way, okay. Oh, here's another one.
All right.
You don't have to repeat that, yeah, you don't have to reaffirm as long as, because everybody's,
So,
Yeah.
everyone has one?
well, yeah, if you're talking, it does need to be on. Yes. Representative Kelly, you can speak to your amendment.
Thank you. So this amendment is kind of one of the things that was brought up at the hearing, or in the language of the bill. It said that in certain situations, the GAL can kind of recommend what they think should happen to the judge. And that's really not the role of the GAL. The GAL is a fact-finding arm of the judge and not their advisor. And so the amendment will replace the existing language and will of the bill, and will just amend that the report from the GAL shall include only factual information and shall not propose any recommendations. Thank you.
Because if you recall, that was a lot of the complaints that we heard, was that there were just a lot of recommendations being made. And I will tell you, a few years ago, Representative Long and I were on a study committee, and it was my understanding that we had removed the recommendations part already. And then to my surprise, I looked it up and apparently didn't follow the bill enough to see that it included 3 exceptions. So what the amendment does is just removes those 3 exceptions. It's not getting rid of GALs, but hopefully this will create a little less conflict and make people happy. Any further discussion? Okay, so we will speak. We will vote on adopting amendment 2022-0319H. So the clerk can call the roll.
On the amendment, Representative Dismon,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger's not here, Representative Klett. I thank you. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Grossman is not here. Representative Levesque, not here.
Yes.
Oh, she is.
She's
She came
here.
in. Yep, she's right
Wonderful,
there.
wonderful. And your vote, Representative?
Yes.
Representative Telersky?
Yes.
Representative Petrino, the clerk, votes yes. Representative Altula here? Not here. And Madam Chair, Rice?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion would now be to pass as amended is the motion, seconded by
Yes.
Representative Long.
Okay, so. that
So when the
was-
clerk's ready, we'll have him call the roll on ought to pass as amended.
Okay, so that was seconded by Nutting Wong. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Long.
I got it wrong.
Long,
I got it wrong. It wasn't long, it was long. Okay. Ought to pass as amended. Representative Dismon.
Yes.
Representative Yokella.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Belanger, not here. Representative Platt.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Grossman, not here. Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Tolersky.
Yes.
Representative Petrino, the clerk, yes. Representative Altshuler is not here. Madam Chair, Rice?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 to nothing.
Without objection, we'll put that on consent.
Okay. Consent, so that is...
Okay, up next, okay, we'll go back to the top. 1531. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you what it's about.
15.
1531 modifies the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. So, can you make, who's making that motion of ought to pass? I'm going to move ought to pass. Please second.
Second.
I have an amendment that I'll pass out, and it has Senator Carson's name on it, but I have one in OLS. I had them put it in my name, so if we adopt it, it'll come out, like that, but, so what this does, it repeals the entire bill, it replaces the entire bill, and it just repeals the Commission to Study Grand Families and the Commission to Review Child Abuse Fatalities. And I will tell you why that is. Because we are going to combine those two commissions into the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. This was Senator Whitley. We had a meeting on Friday, and this is what she requested that we do, and she is the prime sponsor. And then when it gets to the Senate and we're done hearing from the members as to which roles will be played, Senator Carson is going to amend it to add those roles, the further members that are needed, so to speak, for pulling from both of those commissions, so that it's all under one and we don't have people trying to be in 3 places at once. We don't have the Director Ribsum trying to run everywhere. And so this is one thing that, and I'll be honest, when I co-sponsored it, it was my intent that that's what this bill would do. It's what I thought it was going to do. But when it came before us, it was very confusing and stuff. So in talking with Senator Whitley, Senator Carson, who else was there? Now I can't remember, but this is what we came up with. Okay, so do you have a question, Representative Yokela?
Just a comment.
Oh, sure.
I was talking with the child advocate after that hearing, and it did seem that there was a lot of duplication, that she was having to go and say the same things to a bunch of different commissions. And so I think that this is a good idea to try and combine some of those so that it will take some load off of her in not getting less information out, just getting it more directly and not having to duplicate. So I support that.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Exactly. Is there any other questions or comments, discussion? Okay, so when the clerk's ready, I'll have him call the roll for amendment. Let me make sure that's the right number on this. Hold on, they may have changed the number because they changed my name. Ask OLS, right here. So, well, it's in Senator Carson's name, so we can't.
Oh.
So it's 0597H.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it can't be in Senator Carson's name. It's technically a committee amendment.
So
9, 7, 8.
5, 9, 7,
97H.
H. We just change it here.
Sorry about that. Yes. Content's exactly the same.
Oh,
I just went down there and said, I need this in my name for my committee.
Okay.
Okay. you. Sorry about
Yep.
that confusion.
No problem. All right, are we ready to vote on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, voting on the amendment. Representative Disimone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger,
Yes.
Representative Plett,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Levesque,
Yes.
I apologize, Representative Tolersky,
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me. Yes. Representative Altula is absent. Representative Grossman just entered.
Yes.
Okay. And Madam Chair, Rice.
Yes.
Okay, that is everyone. 14
Move off to
amendment.
pass as amended?
And I'll second. So when you're ready.
Okay, all right, holy moly. To pass as amendment.
Representative Yokella, did you email, OLS and tell them that we adopted that, amendment and to ask them to send it for 1515, the guardian ad litem one? So we have to send it, we have to email them once it's approved. And then you can ask them to send it to House Committee Services. Is that correct, Christina? Oh, okay, that'd be great. All right, never mind, she's gonna do it. Awesome. I just did it for the one for 1531, so.
Okay. Is there a second on
I
represent-
seconded it,
Okay.
yes.
I am ready. All right, voting on, ought to amend it, ought to pass as amended. Representative Disimone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger,
Yes.
Representative Plett,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque,
Yes.
Representative Tolersky,
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk, is voting yes. Representative Altula, absent. And Madam, she's here.
Well, it wasn't anyone named.
Oh, okay.
Question was quite.
Okay. And Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
Okay, that is unanimous.
So without objection, we'll place it on consent. What was the number?
14-0.
Okay. So up next, we'll do HB 1265. Do I have a motion? 1265, that's Josh.
Josh.
1265 is relative to a judge's discretion to set aside rules in family court proceedings. Yep, and Cody did it,
Oh,
but I need
yes.
a motion.
O2P, then ought to pass is my motion.
And then
We got that yesterday,
Cody
right?
seconds.
Or no, he was passing
No,
it
I
out.
wanted to wait.
Okay.
Second.
It says Cody on my list. Oh, it does say Jody, I'm sorry.
Joe.
Second.
Second.
Yes, I have.
Second.
All right,
I'm
yeah, so
passing
we
it out
can
right
pass out. So the motion is ought to pass, and I'm going to recognize Representative Belanger to introduce an amendment, which is coming around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, when we heard testimony from many of these people, one of the things that we wanted to amend this to was to require a database as to the reason why the family court rules were being waived. What it does is essentially if a judge waives a court rule, they have to explain why. There's a database and requires the judicial branch to provide that database to the chair of this committee, the chair of Senate Judiciary, and the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. Hopefully we can kind of have an idea of where this goes, and I hope that we can support this amendment.
Thank you. I would just like to say when discussing this amendment that, you know, we get quarterly reports from Director Ribsum. We get quarterly reports from the Office of the Child Advocate, so I don't think it's unreasonable to request a quarterly report so we can see if there's trends somewhere. If there are any changes that maybe we need to make. And we can't do that without the information, so I think this will give us good information. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, if I could.
Representative Long?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So currently, we don't receive any data because they're not keeping the data. So this amendment requires them to keep the data and report to us quarterly,
Yes.
right? Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, so the motion, Representative Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this legislation and it says it takes effect 60 days after passage, which I don't know that, I'm just saying that I don't know that anyone can formulate the infrastructure for a database to be in operation within 60 days. That seems like for something that doesn't exist. We're not asking to reform a database that exists. We're asking them to come up with an entirely new system, which I don't disagree. I am in favor of the nature of this bill and of all the things. And I'm worried about the 60 days of passage not being an adequate amount of time to build what we really need.
Okay, so let me ask Richard Head, who happens to be sitting in the audience. What are your thoughts
there
on
we
the
are.
60 days?
I agree with Representative Osweiler. We do not have a database that currently would allow us to collect this data. I'm not going to work with Tyler, who's our current. If we have a case management system, we don't have a database tracking system. So I don't know what it would take in between. There is a statute that says if you're changing core processes, the effective date should be January 1 of the following year.
Okay.
So in theory, that statute would say, because this does change our processes, it should be January 1. It will take us some time to create the database and get everyone trained in terms of tracking these things.
Okay. Representative Belanger?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Head, for being here today. I think Representative Altschiller brings up a good point, and just kind of going through this process. I was not aware of the court procedure. With that being said, I have no problem trying to get that figured out.
If you just email them and ask them to make this amendment but fix that, change the effective date to your amendment to January 1, 2023, they can do that.
I'll do it right
and
now.
then we can vote on it, and they'll be quick. They're usually quick about it.
I'll do it right now.
Okay. So, is everyone comfortable with voting on the amendment without having the new one here? Oh, wait, well, it'll be a new number, so we have to wait.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can we
so
just
I'll
table this?
recess
Yeah.
this executive hearing, and we'll come back to it when we have the changes to the amendment.
Great.
Okay, so what's
Madam
next?
Chair?
Yes,
I know we just recessed. May I
That's
ask
okay.
another question about this?
sure.
And maybe it's just because I'm just reading it now, Representative Belanger. But who has access to this database?
So
line
it's
24
the,
through-
Where is that? Like, who would
line
be able?
24 to 27.
Thank you. 24.
and of
sort of
course,
access
should we put something in
Speaker of the
about
House, Senate.
redaction for names?
I mean,
We're just really looking for names in the reasons. We don't, I mean, not names, but the rule that was waived, why?
Yeah, line 13, it
Yeah.
says the number, the rule waived by number, the title, the reason the rule was waived, and the party in whose favor the rule was waived.
So
Like
we wouldn't
the-
want to
the-
name, just,
Just the defendant versus the
right,
the plaintiff.
So,
right. Yeah,
mean-
Representative Long?
so thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering, it's public information anyways, isn't it, the
Right.
name? So
Yeah.
Of
I
the
don't-
of the parties
Of the
of the
parties.
Yeah.
of the case, yeah.
It is, that's
yeah,
right,
It's public
yeah.
information, so it wouldn't matter.
Oh, it's not?
Oh, it's not?
Well,
No,
Family
Mr.
court?
Head's shaking his
I'm-
head.
yeah, no, not all. God, please.
Because there are some that they don't put it out there, especially in domestic violence cases, correct?
They're domestic violence, and there are a couple others that are confidential. That's why you see just letters for some cases, names. So there are some that are confidential, but the party names are confidential.
I mean,
I mean, do we have to specifically say
plaintiff versus defendant, or can the
petitioner versus,
You can identify it by position as opposed to name.
okay. But do we have to clarify that in
In the
the
bill?
amendment, do you think,
it's on line 13?
on line 13?
I'm concerned that survivors of domestic violence and
I agree.
family court that has trafficking involved with
Yeah.
it, particularly familial trafficking, that this information, which is under seal and in closed courtrooms, will now be, there's a long list of people who would have access to that, and it's, yeah.
Well, I don't believe there should be any names, no case numbers. We just want to know the rule, why it was waived, and
That's it.
whether it was the petitioner or the, what's the
Defendant.
other one? Respondent, thank you. It's been a long time.
Okay, so can that go into the amendment that it
With this-
clarifies as petitioner and respondent?
Sure.
Right.
What line are we referring to, Madam?
12
Chair?
Line
Line
13.
12 and 13?
So just instead of the party whose favor was ruled, like, and whether it was the defendant or respondent who
Right.
requested the waiver? Or
Plaintiff
defendant?
defendant is fine.
I'm happy
Okay.
to submit the amendment,
Thank
but
you.
I was trying to email the
Yeah.
other amendment and wasn't paying attention fully, so if somebody can draft me language, I'd be happy to send it.
Oh, we're just going to change line 13 and
At the end.
the plaintiff or defendant whose favor the rule was waived.
And whether it was the defendant or plaintiff.
Right.
Got it.
Okay, thanks.
Send it right now.
Thank you, Representative Belanger.
No problem.
Thank you.
Question if I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, is there an advantage knowing whether it's the plaintiff or the defendant? Is that information gonna be helpful to us?
You know, you do
think so?
think it is?
So,
Because we're not gonna know if it's male or female. There's not gonna be any identifying factors other than they were the plaintiff or the respondent.
I mean,
Go ahead, Representative Belanger.
thank you, Madam Chair. So, to Representative Long's point, I can see kind of where you're iffy on the fact, but I think what's important if we're providing, if the judicial branch is providing a report on the court rules, we want to know, was that court rule in favor of person A or was it in favor of person B? And I think it's important to know that information so that if there is a trend, we can, the chair can ask those questions and go, okay, what's going on here? I think it's an important piece.
Representative Yokella.
I think in individual, the idea is in a specific case or a specific rule, it's not that valuable. But when you aggregate it over
Right.
number of cases, it should be about 50-50. That it's going one way versus another. If it was 75% the defendants, then that would be really weird. That always get the rules waived. And so just as a statistical thing to make sure that nothing is, untoward, I guess.
Okay. Representative Altschuler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I recall from the notes I took during the testimony and some of the questions that were coming here out of the committee, the issue was why rules were being waived, which rules were being waived, and for what reason those rules were being waived. And perhaps this is my interpretation, but we heard from a lot of plaintiffs complaints about court rules being waived. And I don't think that I thought that our focus and the reason we wanted to do this was to find out if there's an abundance of, that we would be able to see, like, the court heard X number of cases. Of those X number of cases, rules were waived in this percentage of them. And of those rules, this particular rule seems to be one that gets waived a lot. And that was the information we
Yes.
were looking for.
Yeah.
Not necessarily trying to, I didn't hear that we were looking for a scale of which side was being favored or not favored, because while all of those courses are in family court, they're all unique. However, the rules that are being waived then create a further uniqueness. And so I thought that's what we were looking for, is what rules seem to always be on the table for change.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair?
Representative Long?
Thank you. Also on line 17, it says the case by name and number. So that,
Oh, yeah,
Should be
we can't
omitted,
have
right?
that.
shouldn't that be omitted?
Yeah, we can't
And-
have the case by name and number.
I'll have it stricken.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if a case can be identified by
If-
by the, by saying whether it was the responder or, identifying that. Could
I
that
think
still,
that with all the cases they hear here, I think somebody would have to be really, really good. You know what I mean? Representative Yokella?
Yes, I think that if the case was heard in open court, then obviously anyone that was there or would be able to know firsthand what it was. If it wasn't in open court, then there's no way that the people not there are going to be able to track one to one.
Right.
And
Okay.
so also one of the things that was brought up in those hearings was a concern that there was repetitive motions being made by a single party. I'm not sure if this would help with that, but we may be able to see if multiple examples were waived for a single case. That would be unusual and something that we might want to look into further, as far as versus they're scattered. One rule doesn't apply versus one case that has 15 rules that got waived, and the person, obviously the defendant or the person the responding is it's hard for them to know what to expect if all the rules are just getting thrown out, right? And so that's something that I would be interested in also. So thank you.
Okay.
But I do agree that we do need to remove the case by name and number, in which the rule was waived.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm currently writing that email now.
Thank you very much.
Before
Yeah, let's hold off 1 second to make sure there's nothing else we need to change. Mr. Head? Oh, yes. Yes, the rule, there is on line 18.
Madam Chair.
I saw that and I'm going to fix it anyway.
Okay, thank you. Representative Yokella?
So as I was trying to allude to in my last statement, I don't really care about the case number, but I would like some way to identify that it's all regarding the same case versus all spread out between different cases.
I just don't
It-
know
it
how
could
we
be-
do that.
It could be, I mean, just any, you could
Because-
say like, case 1, we did blah, blah, blah. Case 2, we waived this rule. Case 3, we waived 17 rules. Case 4,
So
I don't-
you,
it
what
doesn't
you're
really matter
looking
which
for
case.
then is that you want, for each case,
I mean,
You
I
wanna
want
know
it to
how
be able to
many-
be tied back, yeah, so that that we would be able to know if there's.
I just don't know how we do that without identifying the people, because the case number, anyone can go and look up, and we don't want to put anyone in jeopardy. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, I know that my case and my information was sealed in my case because the man tried to kill me. So, and went to jail. They didn't want him to ever know where I was. So I don't want to put anybody in that situation because it's really scary.
So,
You know what I mean? Go ahead.
So, as I was stating, I don't think that the specific case number is of value to this committee. It's knowing that
You just want each
some
case
anonymized way
and
of saying,
each case
hey,
being anonymous, and all the rules that were waived for case 1, say, so to speak, and
Right.
all the rules that were.
so that it.
So how do we put that in writing in here? Mr. Head, do you have any suggestions on this?
So, I don't, I need to check with our, what I don't know is whether or not the folks who maintain our database, which is done by case, and incorporate in a tracking system that would have case associated with it. I just haven't had time to talk to them, obviously.
Right.
So it may be that we can do it in our existing case management system. If it's a separate tracking system, to be able to
link them.
the identification connection is going to be difficult.
Okay.
It may just be something that I just don't know.
Okay. Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm thinking that if we were to use a particular date and then case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that would help
Well, I mean,
with the
that's
tracking.
up to however, but he's got to look at it through the database, right? Okay.
Is he going to find information
No,
or
he has to
just
go next door.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if I can,
Yep, go ahead.
I don't think that this is like the most important issue, and I'm not sure that it needs to be solved with this amendment. We can, talk with Mr. Head and draft some language that works with them, and propose that in the Senate. It's not. It doesn't need to
Okay.
be all solved today, right?
Okay. Representative Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the issue that we're struggling with right now is safety for the people who are involved in these cases, and how do we keep them safe, and also gather that information. And so instead of asking the courts to come up with another identification system with, passcodes and so on and so forth, would the committee be open to, in section 3, in section 4, the quarterly report,
You mean Roman numeral 4?
Roman numeral 4,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mhm.
Roman numeral 4, that the quarterly report have redacted case numbers. And also Roman numeral 3, that when people outside of the court system have access, which is a lot of people, that those case numbers be redacted. Does that get us to where we want to go and still get the information?
Do you see what she's saying?
Yes, I see what she's saying, but redacted just means like a black line covering over it, so that's not going to give us case 1, case 2
No,
versus...
it would be every case the rules that were waived under that case number would be with it, but the case number would actually be redacted when it comes out to the reports to the people. So, yeah.
If that can be done, and that,
Yeah.
you know, I think
Well, it can be done. I mean,
No, I mean, if it is not overly burdensome for that to be implemented by the judicial branch, I am
think
not
it-
opposed to a myriad of different ways that they could get us the information. So I think that it's best if we kind of like table that idea of getting it by case, and I could reach out to Mr. Head, and between now and in the Senate, we can get some feedback on that to try and address that specific issue. But right now, if you didn't have any case numbers in this bill, that would be fine with me. And then we can address that, getting it grouped by case number in the Senate when the judicial branch has had time to see what best is easiest for their IT, department.
Yeah, Representative Belanger.
So are we changing this any further than the two changes that we've already
The
addressed?
3 changes,
Well, I've already sent that email,
Oh,
so I
okay.
apologize.
okay.
But yes.
Representative Long?
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine with the 3 changes, the start date, the redacting the 2 initial
The rule waived by
rule
name
waive
and title.
and the case
Yeah.
number.
Oh, no, wait. The rule waived by name and title
That's
is actually the name of the rule.
No,
On
by
line 18?
the case by name and number, and then the party whose favor.
At part 17, line 17, the case by name and number, those.
Right,
Yeah, we're
That's actually,
redacting
we were
that.
taking that. We were
right.
taking that out.
And then 18, the party in whose favor the rule was waived, to put defendant or respondent.
Right,
And then the effective date.
Let's see.
right, okay.
And
So do you see that, Representative Belanger, what we're talking about?
Yes, Madam Chair. So
okay.
I just was, before Representative Long jumped in, and to clarify that, I have rewritten it, and I want to clarify
Sure.
how it sounds before I
Yeah.
send off his email.
Perfect.
So on line 13, I said, please allow for this to be written, title, the reason for which the rule was waived, comma, and who the waiver favored by identifying if it was the plaintiff or the defendant. Is that sufficient for that line?
it is.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. And then Representative Yocala.
go ahead.
So the wording that you just read, sorry, I wasn't fast enough to write it down. We're currently asking for who requested the waiver, essentially. We're saying the defendant requested the waiver, it was granted, or the plaintiff requested the waiver. And the way that you phrased it, it sounded like we are now under that language would be collecting who was
Who the plaintiff,
the other one,
oh,
the person
yeah.
that was affected by the waiver, and not the person that requested the waiver. Is that, can you reread it or answer to who is affected?
was it the respondent or was it the plaintiff or the defendant that requested the waiver?
Sure. So the way that I have written it says, the reason for which the rule was waived and who the waiver favored by identifying if it was the plaintiff or the defendant.
So, if I may,
Representative Long?
thank you. Yeah, there was testimony where the judge will waive it without even a request. The judge will just say, okay, you had 10 days to get this in, it's the 13th day, I'm waiving that. And the person didn't even request it. Right? So, who it favored.
Who it favored, yeah,
So
yeah.
I think who it favored is good enough.
Yeah, I think who it favored is good.
What,
Plaintiff or defendant.
what if the judge believed that it favored both parties?
Then you can say both.
Okay.
Who cares, right? He can say
I'm
both.
ju-
Yeah,
I
right.
think this benefited both of them.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And then to fix Representative Altschiller's concerns regarding lines 17 through 19, I have it written as referee who waived the rule, striking the case by name and number in which the rule was waived. That has been stricken. And then continues, the party, if the waiver was ruled in favor of the plaintiff or the defendant, the rule waived by name and title, and the cause for which the rule was waived. Is that sufficient?
Yes. That sounded
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yes.
I will send the
Very
email.
good. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, one more,
Oh,
could,
wait.
so sorry. Can I just read that back to you? Starting on 17, referee who waived the rule, comma, which rule was waived? No? Did you just strike that?
Yes.
Okay, and then picks up with the rule waived by name and title?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed a piece.
It picks back up at the party,
Okay. The party in whose favor the rule was waived?
rewritten as the party if the waiver was ruled in favor of the plaintiff or the defendant.
The party, comma, or the party if? I don't know that the party is necessary. Unless you wrote the party for whom.
Which you already stated in the first change.
Right.
So that's duplicate.
I'm just, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it is
No, no.
duplicated in multiple locations on the bill, but
But if you, I'm thinking about like the chronology of how, the chronology of how this would happen would be the judge who, or referee who waived the rule, that would be first, so the person who did it. Second, which rule did they waive? Third, what is the name and title of that rule? Fourth, the cause for which the rule was waived, and then finally, who benefited from that ruling? Just to put that in order.
do you have a suggestion as to how I should rewrite that, Representative
Oh.
Altshuler?
I absolutely do. Do you want me to just type it out and send it to you?
Please.
Actually, I'll just put it on a piece of paper.
Very real. Yeah.
You got big handwriting.
Can I just say, I love the way we are working together like this.
It's delightful. Yeah.
This really brings me so much happiness and makes
Yeah.
me feel good about being here today.
Well, it's still early.
And I do not look through life with rose-colored glasses, so I'm certain we won't agree on everything, but the best thing about this is we just do it so respectfully with each other, and I really appreciate that because there have been moments, this morning included, I'm just like saying I'm done. So you guys have all restored some of my faith in this. Yay. So I appreciate it. So while we're waiting on that, there's no more discussion on that? There's more discussion.
No, I was just being that it's 9:50. It would be maybe we could, if we're done with the discussion, we could take a break and have that language completely drafted, and then we could come back and maybe a
So you
recess
could-
of like 20 minutes.
Yes,
Or
how
30
about we do that? A recess of 20 minutes, and then we will be back here at 10 minutes past 10. I'm not going to be back here at 10 minutes past 10. Why not? That's 20 minutes.
20 minutes would be 10 minutes past.
Can we do 10 o'clock, Madam Chair?
No, it has to be 10:10.
Okay.
Or 10:15. I mean, give them time to write the
10:15.
the amendment.
He has to do
Thank you.
something.
It's-
He has to be
Okay,
somewhere.
that's fine.
So 10:15 we'll be back, everyone, okay? Is that okay?
Yes, right before we leave,
It-
can Representative Belanger read that out loud and make sure we're all cool before
Okay,
it goes?
just 1 second. Yes. Really?
I mean, I would have asked like
maybe I can go down.
So, all right, let's just say if it's not, let's come back at 10:15. If it's not ready, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, so we are in recess until 10:15.
That was good.
So, we're back from recess. And we're going to pick up where we left off. We were waiting for an amendment to, oh my gosh, what bill? 1265, yes. All right, and he has it back and all the changes have been made. I think Christina just ran up to get us copies. That way we can all look over it and then we can hopefully make a vote happen. And hopefully Representative Yokella will get here in time. All right, so we can all take a minute and look through the amendment.
Madam Chair, I thought one of the changes was to specify plaintiff or defendant or whatever the words were. It still
It-
says for whom the rule of waivers.
But up top, it states who the waiver favored by identifying if it was the plaintiff or defendant. So I think that kind of clears the way down the rest.
July 1st, 2023 is perfect. Yep.
And so you see the new amendment number, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. Representative Belanger,
I make a motion to OTP 8.
and I'll second that motion.
You voting on the amendment?
Oh, yeah, we have to vote on the amendment first. Sorry.
Make a motion to,
So he moved his amendment.
I move the amendment.
Yeah, so now we just vote on
you
it.
have a second on that?
Yeah, I'll second it. Okay, so this is the only one I don't want this.
Okay, voting on the amendment. Representative Disarmond,
Yes.
Representative Yokella, absent at the moment. Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger,
Yes.
Representative Platt,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque,
Yes.
Representative Telersky,
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk, is voting yes. Representative Altshuler. Yes. Madam Chair Rice,
Yes.
motion carries 14 to none.
Okay, now, Josh, you would do OTPA.
So I'm Cody.
Oh my gosh, Cody. Clearly I'm thinking about Josh. I apologize. Representative Belanger,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I moved OTPA.
and I'll second that.
Okay, voting on ought to pass as amended. Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Yo Keller is absent at the moment. Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Belanger.
Yes.
Representative Plett.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Petrino, me, the clerk, voting yes. Representative Altshuler. Yes. Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 14-0.
All right. Okay. It was 1265, so that's done. So Representative Belanger, you will do the committee report for that, since you made the motion of OTPA, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
12. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I said that. Yeah, without objection, we'll place it on consent.
Okay.
So that was 1265, right? Yes. Just want to write it on here for him. Okay. Can you pass that to Cody? All right, which one is, okay, I'm gonna do 1465 next, so we can start going over the amendment.
We're gonna do 1465?
Yeah.
Okay, 1465.
Okay, so, then we will move on to House Bill 1465. Representative Long, do you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move amendment.
But don't we have to have a motion first?
I'll move OTP ought to pass on 1465.
And I'll second it. So we're gonna, we didn't have this amendment before, so I just think it's fair to make sure Representative Long gets us in and we can discuss it. 1465.
Yeah, I passed them out earlier.
So, now you can introduce your amendment, and if you want to speak to it.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll introduce Amendment 2022-0614H. And if I could explain it.
Yep, please do.
So this details a little better the two issues. One was we wanted to assure that the appointed attorney wasn't representing the juvenile in other matters, such as a civil case or what have you. However, the attorney would be interested in that case, ought to be there, because it has something to do with the juvenile, and that was one of the issues that came up during the hearing. And then the other change is use of a statement or confession from a minor. It articulates better it articulates better where there can be an interrogation if the child's arrested. However, if the child feels compelled to either divulge information or say a confession. It adds that a reasonable person thinking that that the juvenile may have been in that situation, then the attorney would have had to have been present for that situation. So in the cases of an arrest, the attorney's there, because that attorney is appointed right away. However, it's, if police are just questioning the juvenile or whomever, principal in school or whomever, is questioning the juvenile, a reasonable person being them thinks that the child may have been coerced or wanted to get out of something, so I'm going to tell you a lie, I'm going to give you a confession or what have you. So that's what this amendment, those are the two effects that this amendment has.
Okay, further discussion, Representative Yokella?
Thank you for recognizing me. So as far as the, I definitely like this new language a lot better. As far as I was just thinking about the situation, let's say there is a kid is at school, they're not free to leave the school, right? And so they could feel that they're not able to leave, and maybe there's a police officer there that's helping be the school officer, and the kid confesses to the teacher. They're not working in conjunction with the police trying to interrogate the person, and so that makes a lot more sense that this that the conjunction with law enforcement language is in there, and so I'm definitely a lot more satisfied with this language. Thank you.
Any further discussion? So, I think that this makes it much better, and I think it addressed the concerns that were given. So, do I have a motion? Oh, that's right. We have to vote on the amendment. I'm sorry. Okay, and I'll second that.
Voting on the amendment. Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger. Not here.
Yes.
Okay. Representative Plett.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Tulersky.
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk, voting yes. Representative Altshuler. Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
The vote passes 15-0.
Okay.
So
Representative Long.
I'll move, thank you, Madam Chair, I'll move OTPA on House Bill 1465.
And I'll second that. Is there any further discussion?
I just
Representative Yokella?
Yes, I don't have the original bill in front of me, and it doesn't say replace the entire bill. So, is there only two sections of the bill, and we just kept the enacting clause, or is there?
Let me find the bill. I have it. Oh, it's not over there. Hold on, I gotta find the original because
After
I was up
section
at 4
one,
o'clock this morning trying to be organized, and here I am. The exact
I'll try and look it up
might
too.
be in here.
1465.
There's all that.
Here it is.
You have it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you
Okay,
give
there
that to
is
Josh, please?
there
Josh?
is a 3 and a 4. Yes. Thank you.
E12.
Oh, I have it right there. I'm such an idiot.
Jeez. Too much on your plate.
So there was more, hold on. Section 1 of the bill.
So the amendment just addresses 1A, which is on line 13 on the first page of the original bill.
Right.
And then section 2 with the statement of confession of a minor, which is 21
So,
on the first page.
there was one thing I believe that Richard had brought up, that the night, weekends, and holidays are not available. Was that for, in the original bill, in, Roman numeral 3, lines 11 through 14, for the court shall follow the procedures under, and if appointment is made, promptly notify the minor and appointed counsel? Does that mean, I'm concerned that that meant that they didn't have the ability to appoint counsel on, nights, weekends, or holidays.
Okay, where was this?
Do you, yeah, cause I wrote it down and highlighted it, I
Subject
think
to
it's
Page-
for, section 3, Roman numeral 3, on page 2, 11 through 14, I think, is what he was
Law
referring
enforcement may
to.
petition the court to appoint counsel.
I write out stuff down and
see this.
highlight it like I'm gonna remember it when it's time for me to be here, right? I should know better by now.
Okay, yeah, so it says that upon receipt of such petition, the court shall follow the procedures, so they wouldn't be able to file a petition if it was Saturday or Sunday.
Right, and so they're not gonna get a
There would be
lawyer
no
till Monday.
notification requirement until after the petition was filed, right?
So they wouldn't get a lawyer until until Monday.
Until the petition was filed in court, which is closed Saturday and Sunday.
So we're okay with that? Are we okay with that? I mean, they're not gonna hold the child, right? Are they gonna hold the child and detain them without
They may.
attorney? That,
Yeah.
without an
They may.
attorney, that's my concern.
Right, because the point of this bill is that they can get an attorney as soon as essentially they are detained, essentially.
Right.
If
Well-
and we're putting them in jail and still not getting them the attorney because it's a
Yeah.
weekend.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
concern.
I don't know if I don't know if the intent is when they're detained. It's when there's a petition filed. It is when there will be an attorney appointed, not when the child gets stopped for throwing something out the window or whatever in his car. It's when a petition's filed.
Right. It only. Sorry,
That's okay, go ahead.
it-
And then,
y-
and then you'll be next.
the
Representative.
the detain thing was only for the confessions. We were talking
Correct.
the when you're actually charged is when you're supposed to get a lawyer according to this bill. So
When
thanks
Okay.
for
there's
the
a petition
clarification.
filed, yeah.
Okay. Representative Altschuler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, if I'm understanding your question, Representative Yocella, you're looking at line 13 on page 2, under section 3 of the original bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the RSA referenced 169B12. It says, and upon receipt of such petition, the court shall follow the procedures under RSA 169B12. And if the appointment is made properly, notify the minor and appointed counsel. And 169B12 is the chapter on delinquent children and appointment of counsel, semicolon, waiver of counsel. And so what this bill would be doing is saying that we're not waiving, we're getting child
Right.
counsel. And this RSA says, absent a valid waiver, which this will negate, the court shall appoint counsel at the time of arraignment. So it
Okay.
doesn't say anything
So-
about you
So
know,
they
at the
won't be
time
arraigned on
of judicial
weekends
intervention
anyways.
or complaint, it's at arraignment.
Okay, all right.
So, that question of yours is answered in the
Okay.
statute
Okay,
referenced.
beautiful.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Concerns? All right, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Representative Dissimone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson, Representative Belanger. Not here at the Representative
he's here.
Belanger.
Oh, so everybody has to turn theirs off for his to work, if you're not using it.
Yes.
Here we go.
Very good. Representative Plett.
Yes, and I haven't been using this all day.
Representative Bean. Yes. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong.
Yes.
Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Telersky.
Yes.
Representative Petrino, the clerk, that's me, voting yes. Representative Altshuler. Yes. And Madam Chair Rice.
Yes,
Okay, the vote is 15-0.
and this cannot go on consent because it does have a fiscal note. And it's in the affirmative. You sure? Don't get me going, Pat.
Should we call the clerk's office and ask?
Okay, look at us go. All right. Okay, all right, up next is 1346. Do you have an amendment? Oh, you did.
Oh,
Okay,
Madam Chair, I have an amendment too. I'm sorry.
to that too?
I do. I did not know you were also doing
Okay,
amendment,
so
but
I'm
mine
gonna-
is still not here. So, well, let's do yours, and maybe
All right,
maybe we
so-
don't need it.
First, we need a motion to pass, right?
Yeah, I motion ought to pass.
We're on, nope.
1346, it's
1346.
study
Yep.
to family,
Yeah.
commission to study the family court system.
And you want to second it? Representative Belanger seconds it? Well, first, yeah, but we have to have a motion before we can introduce an amendment. So the amendment number is, I have to find it now.
I would like to motion that we adopt amendment 2022-0545H.
He passed it out earlier.
And I passed it out earlier, but there may be some more on the table
Okay.
over there. If
46. Yeah, if anybody can't find one, there might be.
find it.
Right here. Okay.
So, if I could speak to it.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. So, my issue with the original bill, my bill, or this amendment replaces the entire bill. My problem with the original bill is that there was some things that didn't really even have to do with the court that it was studying, and it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. So I did it with a little bit less people as far as the number of people that would be on the commission, just reducing like the domestic violence one from 2 people to 1, and also removing the language that said stuff about like or someone interested in the area, which was kind of just like we can just appoint whoever we want.
Right.
And then, so I gave some new examples of what the commission would look into. Those are on lines 26 to line 7 on the second page. And so it would be the frequency of equal shared custody, kind of like the effects of delayed enforcement of the child support, because we've talked before about how people are not enforcing the child support orders, and so how does that affect the families and negatively affect them, and then also potentially the rules being waived, and does that cause appeals more often if we have testimony about that? There was also a discussion about the ability of children to speak to the in their child custody cases. Is that being allowed right now, or should it be allowed, and at what ages? And maybe they don't do it in open court, but in the privacy of the chambers, so that they are not unduly influenced. And is that the proper procedure, or better understand, because there was questions about whether or not the judge is alone in there with the kid, and is that the appropriate venue. Also, just GALs. There was some testimony that was brought to us about GALs favoring one parent or another, and how much time the actual GAL is spending with children. And then on line 6 and 7, I just said pretty much anything that the commission finds would negatively impact the that the court does, that would negatively impact outcomes for families. So it kind of also, if someone comes and testifies about something else that is an issue in the family court system, that we have the opportunity to look into that and propose a report on that. So, yeah. And then I requested, when I asked for this bill to be drafted, that we would have like 4 years for the commission to do its work, because I'm not sure that everything would be able to be done in 1 year. But OLS did not draft it that way. So my belief is that we should really have 4 years, and then if it's producing good results, then obviously we can have a bill to extend that, and if not, then but I would want to just accept this, and then I would propose an amendment in the Senate to do the additional years,
Okay.
if the committee is amenable to that.
So
thank you.
Thank you for this, Josh.
Absolutely.
Representative Yokela. The only thing I have issue and concern with is that a minimum of 1 hour shall be allowed for public testimony. This is just going, first of all, I think it's bad for these people to have to keep opening these wounds. I think that we have agendas for meetings that will be posted, and then if someone in the public sees that this is something that has affected them, they can come and offer input. But to like set a minimum time and all of that really concerns me, because we're going to hear the same stories over and over and over again. We know what's happening, right? We for the most part, we've heard it for years. But I just think that by doing this, I think is more, it just really concerns me. I mean, all the meetings are always public, right? We can publish an agenda, and I don't know if we can get, if the commission would be allowed its own email address. I don't know how that's done. I haven't heard of that being done, for a commission to have their own email address. You know what I mean? So that's my only problem with it. 'Cause nothing can stop the people from coming in and us being able to ask them questions. They can send us written testimony. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So obviously I used the original bill as a template, and the original bill had like 3 hours
Yeah.
and so I didn't think that was reasonable, but I thought, so I reduced it to 1. It's not the end of the world in my position to say like, oh, this is how long the committee needs to be, we need to have a 5-hour long, hearing or whatever. But my concern, I guess, might be that if we didn't say, we're going to be meeting for an hour at least, so that the people that attend would have enough time to speak and not feel rushed. And, if there's only one person that is coming, that they would have enough time to be able to speak and not feel like that's sometimes, there's, I know that I was testifying or I guess, I don't know what I was doing. I was presenting to a commission or kind of a committee, oversight committee. And the oversight committee had an agenda, and they had a time frame in their minds that this hearing was going to happen. And there was people on the agenda that waited for hours that got the chair just said, okay, now we wanted to end this around noon. So yeah, everyone on the agenda that haven't got to today, we're just going to push it to the next time, kind of a thing. And I was on the outside of that, just kind of hearing the audience, and there was a person in the audience that said, this always happens to me, because I'm always at the end of the agenda, and they always just push me to the next meeting, kind of a thing. And so there is, I think there is some value in saying, like, hey, we're going to be here for an hour. You have your opportunity to speak, and if not, we're going to be working on this issue for that hour. And so,
But so the other part of that, though, to me would be, it says a minimum of 1 hour. So one person, because we know how people tell their stories in here, could go on for 1 hour. That's just one person.
I don't
right?
think that. So this says allowed for public testimony. I don't think a per person is what is suggested.
Right, but what if I have 10 people that all want to speak? And it says, like, I feel like this doesn't leave the chair any leeway to say, we really need to move this along. You know what I mean? Like, when time is getting short, things like that.
I think that's exactly what I was just trying to say, is
Oh.
that we shouldn't be trying to rush people if they're trying to explain, if it, obviously if it's more than an hour, then the chair is free to say whatever. But if there is people that have come to testify and they're trying to say how the criminal justice system and in the family courts has harmed them, and whether the chair is allowed 5 minutes a person to speak, and they want to I don't think that would be prohibited by this.
Okay.
But they would need to be able to do it at least. So if it was 5 minutes per speech, then at least 12 people should be able to speak.
Okay.
Right?
Representative Long?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Representative that, because I serve on some commissions where public is not asked to speak, and I serve on some where they will ask them to speak. However, monthly publicly noticed hearings to provide an opportunity for members of the public to testify, and you leave it at that, because sometimes you'll get the same person every meeting
every
telling
month.
you the same thing, which the chair has the authority saying, Mr. X, we absolutely understand, we heard that next month, so is there something different? So they have that control. But I like the idea that there's public comment on some of these commissions, whether it's professional or personal. So I don't know if we're looking to,
Just like strike that sentence in that. Is that what you're thinking?
or I mean, and there's also emails that people normally email, like they email either the chair of the committee
Right.
So there's always that avenue there already. I mean, I was looking at 9, period, after testify, deduct the rest,
Okay. Yeah.
right? Because the chairman pretty much has that authority to,
Yeah, I think that's good because we could be having a discussion and we know that someone in the audience has something to offer regarding that subject matter. We're right there. They can raise their hand and you know, we can talk to them. But if we set a specific because you would have to set a specific hour, right, during the meeting, because otherwise you're going to be into something else. Someone's going to come in late and say, but it says,
right.
what, you know, you would have to specify the hour on the agenda.
Yeah, so
Feel
yeah,
like
what
this
you're
is good feedback.
what you're
Yeah.
asking here is that every hour there'll be public testimony for an hour, a minimum
What?
of an hour. So
Every
that's-
hour?
That's well, no, every
Okay.
meeting,
Yeah.
an
Right.
hour of public testimony,
Right.
and
Right.
you'll get an hour of public testimony sometimes,
Right.
right? But it's the same thing,
Right.
you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like that amendment is, or that change is warranted. It's not contrary to the purpose of the bill, right? So.
Right.
And would you? I'm kind of interested in what
Yeah, what Representative Altschiller has also.
had ideas on her amendment, because maybe they need to be joined if we're already amending mine, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Yokela. I want to, I think many of us here have sat on commissions, and this one is ambitious. This one is very, very ambitious, and I 100% agree with you, and I think most of us agree that this is a necessary dive into the family court system that people are struggling with. With regard to how the chair of a commission runs the commission, prescribing a specific amount of public input is actually, and you know, 3 hours is a lot of public input, and prescribing 1 hour, I understand the motivation. There also has to be some consideration made for this coterie of people that we are asking to come together and do this work.
Yeah.
On top of, because every one of them either has a job in social services, in the family court system, in advocacy, or serving here in the House or in the Senate. And then we're asking them to spend what could be anywhere from, 5 to 6 hours a month. And then on top of that, having to write this report, I think that's a large ask, an uncompensated large ask. So would there be an appetite in this committee to amend the public input to be, publicly noticed hearings with an opportunity for members of the public to testify at the discretion of the chair? No?
I think that, well.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that, having it, we learn a lot about the problems or the issues that people are having from the public testimony. And so while I think that they would be able to do some work on their own on this issue because of their knowledge of the issue,
Yep.
Their personal knowledge of the issue, I think that the additional perspectives of not only the public but other professionals in this field that have their own experiences brought to bear on the subject that is being discussed at that hearing. I think it is important that we have some time in that meeting that they can say, hey, I heard you guys talking, but what about this, kind of a thing, and not have to just hear the commission like try and solve the problem within themselves, and not have the, depending on the will of the chair, have the opportunity to have that, say, either a suggestion or concern brought to the commission. So I think that we should leave the opportunity for at least some public speaking time.
And if I may add,
Yeah.
that I think it would be really good for 2 members from the House Judiciary Committee to hear some of these stories. You know, I mean, because it isn't just us, right? We've got the judiciary people. A member from the Senate could be a member that's not affiliated with these bills. I think the more people we educate, the better. You know what I mean? I think it will help going forward when these bills come up. But I really think it's important for members of the judiciary to hear some of these bills, some of these issues. Representative Long?
So, thank you, Madam Chair. And I mean, all too often, I'll sit on a commission where the chair invites a professional, and you'll see rank and file people sitting at the commission, shaking their head no when this professional is speaking. I mean, the bottom line is this bill was brought to us by the years of listening to people, where we're like, wow, how do we get our hands around this?
Right.
So and again, I think the chairman will be able to say, Mr. Smith, we heard that last month. Do you have something different? That can be controlled. And all too often on these commissions, there's a time frame.
Yeah.
The chairman's like, oh, it's 1 o'clock. I gotta be in somewhere at 2:30. So bingo. See you next month. So this commission ought to know, if it passes, this commission ought to know that this is going to be a time constraining, a lot of
Time-consuming,
homework,
yep.
a commitment.
Yeah.
It's not show up and take a vote and go home, it's going to be a commitment. So I do like the part of requiring a public comment,
So I hear you. I agree with you that there is an absolute place for public input, and this is why we're even having this discussion, because of public outcry. I'm just trying to find a way to balance the charge of this commission that's so important, and have it not devolve into, like what Representative Rice was saying, a place where people are exorcising their frustrations, and then there's not time to address and write that report. I want to give people a place to speak, like we do here, but at a commission, they have a direction, and they have a deadline, and they have things they have to accomplish, and maybe there's a compromise for every other month that, at least 6 of the meetings will have public input.
I would even say remove the word minimum and just stick to the 1 hour, right?
I don't think. I think I agree with Representative Long. It's not necessary to say, because what if no one shows up? What if there are 0 people that want to testify? Do you have to sit there for an hour and stare at the wall?
Well, according to this, a minimum of 1 hour you would be anyways.
Right. So why not just? I like Representative Long's suggestion of just saying, sometimes in my public hearings for budget committee or zoning board, we open the public session. There's literally no one sitting there, and then we close it again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that we opened it and closed it as part of the process, and it's not a minimum of an hour, or any time frame. I definitely agree with Representative Long's suggestion
Okay.
about this amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a period after testifying,
Yes.
then delete the rest.
So
Yeah.
period after testify.
On line 9.
There it is, and delete the rest.
Wait,
Okay.
is this on your amendment, or are we back at the regular bill?
On
Page 2 on your
page-
your
yes,
amendment.
On my amendment.
Line 9,
line 9.
period after testify.
And then cross out everything else. After that, not
Right.
till line 11, not all the
Right.
way- Yeah. Would that be?
Yeah,
it.
I'm okay with that.
When I was suggesting thoughts from you, I was more talking about like as a whole, because obviously this is a rewrite of the entire thing. So did you have any other topics that were specifically mentioned in your amendment that the commission should look at, or did you kind of do it similarly to me? And
Yeah, I think actually, so in mine, if can I use your amendment as a reference for
Yeah.
everybody?
Yeah,
So,
perfect.
okay, so, members of the commission, on page 1,
That's why
Yeah.
we're doing this.
section, line 11,
yeah.
line 11 here.
Members of the House Judiciary.
Well, mine, line 11 just says House of Representatives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think, well, I'm sorry. I'm trying to translate I wrote off of Representative Gay's amendment.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
if you have Representative Gay's amendment, her part C, she had put in line 8, 2 domestic violence counselors who have worked at crisis centers, have experience in family courts, no crisis center policies, et cetera, et cetera. And I changed that to 2 appointees from member agencies of the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic Violence. So I think that covers, because there is, domestic violence counselor is not a thing. Like nobody has that title. So it's not,
I
like,
think my version is on line 13 of my amendment,
okay.
and it
13.
says 1 domestic violence specialist with a minimum of 3 years of experience. It wasn't like a specific title.
Right,
It's
but
not
we-
capitalized, right? So it's just
What's a
anyone.
domestic violence specialist, though?
Someone who has familiarity with current policies and procedures of New Hampshire Crisis Center, and then they would be appointed by the governor. So he would say this person is meets these qualifications, and I think I think I could trust the governor to
Right,
decide whether or not they're a specialist on that.
So I would suggest that we actually have, within New Hampshire, we have family violence prevention specialists. They're called FVPS. It's a special designation, and every crisis center has family violence prevention specialists. Their charge, what they do is they work, half of their responsibilities are to the crisis centers, and then they also work with DCYF. So when families are identified as having domestic or sexual violence, that is part of their case, a family violence prevention specialist is brought in to help that family navigate through the family court system. So while domestic violence and sexual violence advocates who work for the crisis centers can lend that kind of expertise to this commission for the type of information we're looking for. We're looking for people who have worked with families who actually are in the court system. And for us in New Hampshire, those are the family violence prevention specialists. That's their job. And so it would be my preference to name them specifically so that we have that expertise, which is what we're looking for, is that kind of expertise. And appointed by the governor. That's fine. It would be, I would also just have it, recommended by the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, because those member agencies run the FVPS program alongside DCYF here in New Hampshire.
Representative DeSimone, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. This question is for both Representative Yokela and I don't want to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
Altschiller.
Representative Altschuler. On line 13 of Representative Yokela's amendment, it says one family violence specialist.
On domestic violence.
One domestic violence specialist, I'm sorry. If we were to change the verbiage to one family violence prevention specialist, which is what you're talking about, with a minimum of 3 years' experience who has familiarity, blah, 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 would that facilitate your request?
Close. My only other objection is to the 3 years experience, because if you're asking for someone who has been a family violence prevention specialist for 3 years, that might be a harder sell, because the family violence prevention specialists often start, in order to move up into that space, they already start as advocates. So you need experience and the education to be a family violence prevention specialist. And, you may have a lot to offer, but you've only been doing that particular role for a year and a half, where you've been spent 6 years prior to that working within that system.
So if we were to just strike the 3 years of experience,
I would be,
would that work?
yeah, I would
And
be
are you okay
thrilled
with
with that.
one? I don't think we need to, do you?
Yep, yep.
Yeah, but I could,
Do you
yeah,
agree
one
with
is,
that?
I could do one. That
Just leaves another one out there to be
exactly,
doing what
to
they
be
have
doing
to
the
be
work.
doing, you
This is
know?
gonna be a tough sell to begin with, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Representative Yokela?
Yes, thank you. So kind of what I'm gleaning from what you're saying is the family violence prevention specialist. There are some qualifications of having that title, which means that they're going to have some experience with this situation, the familiarity that the commission will benefit from just by already having that title. And so the additional 3 years of experience having that title is not necessary. And so I have no disagreement with that. So,
Okay, so we can
I'm
add-
fine with that.
Can we fix that on yours? Yeah, we
Yeah,
strike down the 3
strike
years.
with an amendment, with a
And-
minimum of 3 years experience, and just go a specialist who has
The
familiar.
family violence prevention specialist.
And so on line 14, familiarity with current policies and procedures, and so of New Hampshire Crisis Center. So I don't.
Could I?
Yeah.
Could I just?
What could we-
In
what
my
could we do
thing,
that?
I just said added a in front of procedures. So current policy and procedure of a New Hampshire Crisis Center.
I would prefer it say a member agency of the New Hampshire Coalition.
Member agency of what?
Of the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, NCADSV. So that's our statewide coalition. New Hampshire
Coalition
Coalition
NHCADB.
of-
Against
against.
Domestic and Sexual Violence.
You got this.
Okay, I think I
That's
got
great.
that.
So there's 12 member agencies, so within the 12, they'll be able to find a person who has the time and capacity to be able to participate.
So, are you suggesting that they, who has familiarity with the policies and procedures of a member agency, or is just a member of one of those agencies?
Personally, I think who has familiarity with current policies and procedures is redundant, because if they
part of
are
their
a
job.
family violence prevention specialist, that's what they do. They don't have other jobs.
Is-
That's their only charge.
So, who is a member?
Yes.
Of member agency.
Employed by a member agency of
Employed by
NCADSB. Yeah.
By. Okay.
Beautiful.
Was that what kind of the?
And we're agreed on one?
Yep,
And
yeah,
we're
Wonderful.
yeah, I think one is
Yeah,
enough.
I don't.
And did you have others different than?
Thoughtfuls.
Yeah, I had one other one is on your line 20G, an attorney who is also a member of the Dove Project.
Yeah.
In my amendment, I had said who is currently or has participated in, because Dove Project members sometimes they
Come and go.
cycle in,
Yeah.
to paste because they're a volunteer. If they
Right.
have a heavy caseload at their firm or within their own practice, they may bow out of Dove for 12 months and then they come back in.
Right.
So there's a lot of Dove
That makes
attorneys
sense.
who aren't necessarily holding a case in the Dove Project, but could definitely speak to this.
I like it. Current.
Yeah,
An attorney who is currently or has been a member of the. Yeah. Yeah.
okay, great. And is that it, or is there more? Do you think?
The last one was the mental health professionals.
Did-
And I see that you
Just a.
you knocked them out,
I
right?
just eliminated it.
You just eliminated it. Okay. I thought that was a lot to
Yeah.
find 4 people. Like in New Hampshire when we're like the two
We
can
can't-
take that kind
right,
of time.
These people need to be
Yeah.
doing their jobs,
Thank
right?
you.
Not being
Okay.
here.
I thought that was added in there for some of the other things that she had, which didn't really have to do with courts, but.
Right. I also took that out. So
Okay,
okay.
okay.
We're in agreement on that one.
This is
I-
amazing.
How did we
I love this.
have the same solution? Yeah. Weird.
We are good.
We are.
All right, so last thing, we went over the very end of your amendment on the effective date,
Yeah.
that the commission's report would be due by November 1st of 2024? Because it starts November 1st of 2023?
24. And so currently the bill says ending 2024. Does everyone have a super big, because it gets repealed in 2023 in my current bill, and I wanted to change that to 4 years, so 2026. Is that
So should
amenable?
you do that now? Should-
It's part of
4
this amendment,
years.
right?
Sure.
Wait,
not?
why
Why
4 years?
Why 4?
I say we go 2, and if we feel it's a need, then the chair of that commission could come to one of us to put in a bill to extend it. I just think we'll have a hard time getting people to commit to 4. Not only that, but if someone, who was on it for the first 2 years, then isn't reelected, it's almost like starting over again with a new person. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'd like to go the 2, and then we could extend.
My concern is that we would just have another bill, like, if we just keep on extending it for 2 years, we just have a bill every single session added for 2 years. If they're doing good work, after 2 years, I'm,
Yeah,
if
and that's
you
what
think
I
that's going
say
to be
yeah, I
be
think
fine,
that'll be
4 is,
better.
I'm not opposed to it. It's
Okay.
up to the committee.
I just 2 years. I just think that because it's a lot. After 2 years, people can get very burnt out on this. This is very emotional. I go home and am a mess at night. You know what I mean? Like, because I lived it, I feel that PTSD come back to me all the time. So for someone to have to do that for 4 years is just, I feel it's really hard.
I don't believe that that they need to be there. That the same person needs to be there for 4 years.
Well, I
if
just
they
worry-
feel that it's overwhelming, then
Right,
they should
right.
be able to step down, and the person appointing them could appoint a new person.
Right, but I just think let's do the 2 years, and then if we feel that there's more, we can, and we can stay on top of this. Do we have them send? They should send a report to us too.
Is the report,
We
is
should
your
have a report.
recommendation that there be a report after each year, Representative Pella, or at the end of the commission?
I am just a vessel for this this committee. So what I am fine with the report every year. I think that it would be helpful if it was in the before filing deadline time, right? So that we could address some of those issues that were brought before us.
So I would maybe do the first report 6 months from the start, get a first report, because then we'll have a filing period, right? If I'm thinking correctly, it starts November 1st.
No, this would
April.
start once enacted, so it could be as early as June of this year, and then it gets repealed in November of the 24, right? So the first part, so on line 26, the remainder of this bill should be effective upon passage. So this commission can start to be built right away as soon as the bill is signed, and then it's just whether or not we repeat, like when we end the commission right now.
Let's have the first report 6 months, I think, because you figure by July this will be signed, June or July, right?
Right. So that would mean January.
So
it'll take a month
They
to
got
put the
45
commission
days.
together. So their first
Right.
meeting, like realistically, on an
Yeah.
accelerated schedule, the first meeting
right.
45
would be
days.
September, and that would be organizational.
October,
There
November,
will not be,
December,
like,
January.
The first.
that's
be held
ambitious.
Within 45 days.
What about
There you
7
go.
months? What about 7 months for the first report?
I could-
So we see what direction they're going in, right? That way we can see the direction they're going in and say, is this really what we had in mind, or whatever, I don't know. But if they have some concerns, we have time to draft bills. We have times to attach stuff to amendments to bills. You know what I mean? So I think 7 months. Representative Belanger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the plan is to have the commission go for 2 years, and then you can readdress the problem of it closing, however you want to phrase it, what if instead, and I don't know, because I know we can't bind future legislatures, but in the bill it states that an automatic extension requested by the chair for additional 2 years.
I don't think I can do that unilaterally. It has to come from everyone. The chair doesn't have all
No,
that power. but
not
I
you.
know what you're
Requested
saying.
by the chair of the commission
Oh.
to the Children and Family Law Committee that it would,
No, I think it
be
still has
extended.
to be I think it still has
because
to
I,
be
s-
a
I just
legislation.
I see an issue with, let's just, we need to extend this commission 2 more years, and then it doesn't get extended. So I could unfortunately I could foresee that being an issue. So to avoid that, there maybe being a safeguard, if you will.
Representative Long.
Thank you. So it's 45 days they have to effect the first meeting. So if it's July, August, September, you're looking at October. November is not ready for, if you want to submit a notification. So what I would do for 2 years, then then a report is due on November 1st, 23, and November 1st, 24, and that's
Yep.
the 2 years,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
And leave it at that. I mean, it gets repealed after 24 unless the report in 23 gives somebody a heads up that we may want to extend this.
Well, yeah,
So-
it would be a sunset, just like, because,
Right.
for instance, right now, we're going to be talking about some legislation coming up that is sunsetting 2 other commissions that have run their course, and there has been,
We
you
already
know-
did that.
oh, I missed it before I walked in?
Yes, I'm sorry, but
Oh, yeah.
So what you talked about while I was on the highway having a conversation about my speeding,
We appreciate your enthusiasticness to get here.
Yes, yes. I did explain where I was going and why. And so, nonetheless, so what, similar to that, this legislative body began two commissions that were to address specific problems, and they did that. And now we have identified new problems, so we have a new commission that is going to fold those others in. So what we cannot predict is if in 2 years, this commission, maybe it keeps going, or
Right.
maybe it goes into another commission or another. I think we need to leave an out for it to either complete its work,
All right.
Right,
or
right.
or
Okay.
if it's going gangbusters, then it
Right.
will be asked to be renewed.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I think we have to trust the next
okay with that?
legislature to
Yeah.
evaluate the efficacy of the work that we put in place.
So a report November 1, 23 and November 1, 24,
Yeah.
and leave it at that.
Yep. Awesome.
Okay.
All right. So we will have. Was that the last thing? Can we have him send this in? Yes. Yes. He's thinking.
I have all the notes written down on the paper, so
Do you want to run down or? Do you want to run down there instead of emailing it? Will that be quicker for you?
explaining it in person and
Yeah.
notes and stuff would probably be better.
Okay. Do we want to recess for an hour and have lunch? Or do this last one and then we'll come back?
Madam Chair, how many more do you have?
Just two. This one and the one that's being amended.
Because I gave you my morning.
Okay. I didn't expect it to go on so long. We are such communicators in this room. I love it. All right, so you run down and do that, or do you want me to wait? I don't know what you want me to do.
I think that a lunch would be appropriate.
I know, but I have people that have to leave.
I mean, couldn't you just have a different sub?
No.
No?
I can't, sorry.
Chair, could you suspend this and go on to the other two?
I can I'll recess this one and we'll start 1647 and then we're all going to agree on this amendment, right? So we don't need these subs here. So whoever would have to leave can leave. So let's do 1647. Josh, you had.
I motion not to pass.
Okay, seconded by
Second,
Representative DeSimone. Now I just have to find that darn amendment. 1647. 0566 is the amendment? 0566H. Okay. Would you like to speak to your amendment? No?
I talked about it at the hearing, so, no, I didn't talk about it at the hearing
right,
because
this was a
there was,
different one.
an additional amendment that I gave you guys after the hearing, which,
Right.
addressed the, issues from the judiciary about, did I not?
I have it right here.
Yeah.
I have it. 0566. Do you want to look at mine? Yeah. There you go.
do we have another one after this?
No, just that one.
This one and then, okay,
Is there
perfect.
copies
This
of
one
it?
and then the one that he's getting amended.
Yep,
Yeah, it was,
Yeah,
I walked around to you guys and,
you did.
yeah. 1647, I think this is
Yep.
wrong version of that amendment.
Josh, do you have any more copies?
So as I explained yesterday,
It's
I-
0566H.
I think that this clarifies more the language as far as making it simpler for people to be able to understand and follow, especially when you combine this with the worksheet that I handed out, so that you could see kind of how that math follows through with each of those definitions. And so I hope. Found it?
Yep.
Yeah, 0566H. 0566H. Is everyone?
All right. Did you have anything else to add, or?
No,
No?
unless there was any
Does-
questions or.
Does anyone have any questions for Representative Yokella, or any questions regarding the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
On the amendment, Representative Disarmone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger,
Yes.
Representative Plett,
Yes.
Representative Bean, Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong,
Yes.
Representative Grossman,
Yes.
Representative Levesque,
Yes.
Representative Tolarski,
Yes.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk is voting yes. Representative Altshuler. And Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
The vote is 15-0.
Okay. So would you like to move on to pass as amended?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll second.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
All right.
Representative
I may
Long?
thank him. I mean, I agree that the amendment clarifies better. However, I just think we're all over the place when it comes to a calculation of this child support. And I'm not sure. I know for me, I'm not ready to approve this, because I think there's unintended consequences down the road with the courts on disagreements. I respect the attempts, Representative, but I'm going to be opposed to the OTPA.
Okay, any further discussion? All right. Seeing none. Right? I'll have the clerk call the roll.
Representative Disarmone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative Belanger,
Yes.
Representative Plett,
Yes.
Representative Bean,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Long,
No.
Representative Nutting Wong,
No.
Representative Grossman,
No.
Representative Levesque,
No.
Representative Tolarski,
No.
Representative Petrino, that's me, the clerk will be voting no. Representative Altshuler. And Madam Chair.
Yes.
And Madam Chair votes yes.
There won't be a minority report.
There won't be,
No.
okay, everybody heard that. There will not be a minority report.
Okay, the vote is 8-7.
Just want to make
Why,
sure.
did everybody have to hear that?
They did, because I just wanted to make sure, because last year, I guess minority reports disappeared. I didn't know, and I just want to have clarification.
Yeah.
What was the vote? I'm sorry.
8-7. In the
So I guess you don't want that to go on consent. I thought maybe I could sway 7 people. No, I'm kidding. All right. So now I guess we will break for lunch. I understand some of you have to go home, but while we're waiting for Representative Yokella's amendment, right? Because since, yeah, so, and we're all in agreement on that one, so. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
I just want to make sure
1431.
No.
What's
That's the
14?
parents'
Oh,
and
God, no, I'm not dealing with that today.
No, you're good.
We're gonna have a
All right, so I'm going to bring back the exec session for House Bill 1346. And Representative Yokella,
Hi, I would like to withdraw my previous amendment and propose amendment 2022-0625H to be adopted by this committee.
would you like to speak to that
Or
briefly?
do I need a second?
Oh, sure, second.
Sure. So this is an amendment that I believe addresses all of our discussion earlier this morning and looks to be ready for prime time, as it were. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? All right. So do I have a motion? Oh, we have to vote on the amendment. God, I always forget that part. All right, the clerk's ready. He'll call the roll.
All right, voting on the amendment. Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Yokella,
Yes.
Representative Nelson. is
Yes.
she- Okay. Representative Belanger, absent at the moment. Representative Plett, absent. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong, not here. Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque is absent. Representative Tolersky is absent. Representative Petrino, the chair, excuse me, the clerk, is here.
Nice try.
It's been a long day. Representative Altshuler.
Yes.
Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
There you go. 1, 2.
I move ought to pass as amended.
And I'll second that.
Okay. Very good. The vote is 10-0.
Okay, and now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Oh, are you ready? Oh my gosh, he's ready. Okay, so the clerk can call the roll.
Ought to pass as amended. Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Yokella.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Belanger, absent. Representative Plett, absent. Representative Bean.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Long.
Yes.
Representative Nutting Wong is absent. Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque is absent. Representative Tolersky is absent. Representative Petrino, the clerk, that's me, here. And Representative Altshuler.
Yes.
And Madam Chair Rice.
Yes.
Very good. Okay.
One question. What's the matter?
He voted here instead of yay or nay, and that
Oh.
that was we were just chuckling about that.
Oh, okay. It's okay. That
At
was
least I didn't call myself the
that
chair.
was
But I'm here.
1346. Right. So where's the rest of my papers? There's that. Why am I missing two? Hold on, bear with me. I'm trying to find the rest of my flow chart. Did we do 1647 yet?
We did.
Okay, I just,
Before lunch.
I can't find my flow chart. What did I,
You just had your hand on it.
I did? Where?
Go down. One more. Is that it?
No. My flow chart looks like this. See? I'm
Oh, yeah,
missing
yeah, yeah.
2 pages.
Oh, my.
I had them earlier. Oh, for the love of Pete. Okay, well, we're good anyways. So everyone so you have to do the committee report for 1346. bill number.
Josh?
Yep, 1346. Does everyone have?
That will go on consent?
Oh, yes, without objection. We'll put it on consent. Thank you, sorry. I just want to make sure that we have, so Representative Long, you have a committee report, right?
Yep.
Okay, so, two, I just am counting to make sure I didn't miss any. Oops, they don't need to hear that.